did a good job yesterday, very fantastic job. Can we clap for him as he gets to the platform? Mr. Charles, you did us proud yesterday, and I know you are going to build on what you did yesterday to make us even prouder, if that word is there in the English language. Can we give it 2 minutes to ensure that everybody is here? Can you, some of you are already here, call the colleagues in your delegation so that we can start our business this afternoon. Again, we want to keep it short. Somebody said keep it. Somebody said keep it short. And something. I'll remember, he's not in the room, but keep it short and concise, something like that. So can I request those of you who are still in the corridors, can you kindly come and take up your seats so that we do business? We have about 3 sessions, actually 2, and then we shall have a lot of time for the evening in Entebbe. Entebbe city is our old capital city. Before independence, our capital city was Entebbe. After independence, in 1962, the seat moved to Kampala. And so we are always proud of this place. And the head of state, the state house for this country, is based here in Entebbe. And if you want to go and say, how are you? It's just around the corner. You can even stroll and walk on feet. You'll reach there. Some of our colleagues have already strolled there. They are going to meet the First Lady. I think the meeting is started 7 minutes ago. So I want once again to welcome you back from lunch, and I want to request Honorable Nathan Byanyima to invite the chair for this session to Honorable Nathan Byanyima, on behalf of the chair for this conference, re-invite the Right Honorable Andrew, Second Deputy Speaker of Ghana, to take over his chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Right Honorable Speakers and Deputy Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, delegates, observers, ladies and gentlemen, let me add my voice to the moderator in welcoming all of you back into the conference hall. Let me direct you that we are in session 5, which is session V. And under the session, we have 2 presentations. Before we went for lunch, we had one, which was delivered by Mr. Richard Kakito. We are going to take the second presentation from Mr. Charles Kanyama, SC, who is the chairperson, Kenya Christian Professionals Forum, and board member, African Christian Professionals Forum, and is going to talk on legislative framework to concretize the ENTEBBE Declaration. So without much ado, we've already spent a lot of time. Let me invite Mr. Charles Kanyama to the podium to speak to members. I will indulge you to give him your maximum attention. Yes, Mr. Charles Kanyama, you may take the podium.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I hope we'll all be attentive. This is a difficult session when the blood has gone to assist in digestion and we can find ourselves dozing. I hope we'll not doze, because this is a very crucial part of the program. This afternoon, we are meant to have the discussion on what have we accomplished and what can we accomplish going forward. So we've had 1.5 days of discussing several challenges to family values, to sovereignty, to our African culture, and now we are meant to be focusing on what have we accomplished and what will we accomplish going forward. For this session, I request that we all get this copy of the document that was in our folders. It's titled First African Inter-Parliamentary Conference, Communique and Entebbe Declaration. There were 2 Entebbe declarations there that were prepared last year, and you had the communique for last year's conference. So my session is going to be very simple. I'll first have a background where I'm going to take us through, just to summarize, what was agreed last year, what did we accomplish, and then what can we do for 2024. So this is a great document. I really like even the way it has been put together. The communique was prepared as we were concluding the first conference. For those who attended in Entebbe last year, I think it was March, April of 2023. And the organizers of the conference, together with the participants, decided to do a communique, which, as you can see, is the first document. It has 42 paragraphs. And it has a long recital or preamble of numerous paragraphs. And then after that, you have the first annex, which is the Entebbe Declaration on the Post-Cotonou Treaty. At that time, we were calling it Post-Cotonou. The treaty had not yet been signed, and we were trying to have amendments or change before it was signed. Eventually, it was agreed by the nations of the EU and ACP that the treaty would be signed at Samoa in November last year, 15th of November, and so it has now become the Samoa Treaty. So when you see the Entebbe Declaration on the Post-Cotonou Agreement, it's basically the declaration on the treaty. But that time it was not yet the Samoa Treaty. And then there was a very interesting second declaration. It is the second annex, and this is the Entebbe Declaration on pornography, because pornography is one of the issues that was touched on during the first conference. And so, members, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to start by reminding ourselves, what did we agree on last year? If you look at the communique, you will notice it makes a positive reference to a number of international human rights instruments. It makes reference to the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to the 1966 covenants, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It makes reference to the 1981 African Charter on Human and People's Rights. There is also reference to the 1990 African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And there is a positive reference also to the Geneva Consensus Declaration of 2020. The year 2020 was the year when Donald Trump lost elections as President of the United States of America. They'll be having the elections in November this year. And before he lost elections, his government carried out a pro-family agenda in the international space. And one of the consequences of that is brought together several countries, about 30 countries or 26, of which more than 15 are from Africa, that together made a declaration called the Geneva Consensus Declaration on family values and, of course, on issues of gender rights and family values. And this consensus declaration was presented to the United Nations General Assembly in December 2020. That was the month after he lost elections. And as so happened, when the next president took office, Joe Biden, because he has carried out an agenda that is not pro-family, if I may use the most modest phrase, he decided to withdraw the United States of America from this declaration. But the declaration still exists, and the other nations have not withdrawn. And other countries in Africa are encouraged to sign on to this declaration. So there has been positive reference to those documents. And then there has been negative reference to some documents that have been generated in the recital. This is the ESA, the commitment on reproductive health services for adolescents, comprehensive sexuality education and sexual and reproductive health and services for adolescents commitment that was done in Africa, and which the pro-family forces were very unhappy about. It is not a legally binding document, but reference was made to that as a document that we need to work to dismantle. In the communique, as I said, there were about 42 paragraphs, but I want to identify the 9 key resolutions that the nations, the delegates of the last session came to, the 9 key resolutions. Just a moment. The first resolution, which is resolution number 1, was to tackle threats to national sovereignty and cultural values, which is precisely what we are doing even in this conference, to see how to advocate, to make noise, and to keep repeating the importance of national sovereignty and cultural values. And if I may just take a pause, in 1966, when the nations of the world assembled at the United Nations to discuss having operational human rights treaties, there came a split between the countries of the Western world that you could call the first world nations and the countries of the Eastern world at the time that you could call the second world nations. And the first world were insisting that human rights have to be civil and political rights. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to vote, right to life, freedom of religion. So they said these are the core human rights. And the nations of the East said, okay, it's very well to talk about civil and political rights, and we agree with you, but there are other set of rights that are very important. And these are the economic, social, and cultural rights. Right to food, kindly let us have some measure of silence so that we can hear. Right to food, right to education, a clean environment, right to housing. These are what we call economic, social, and cultural rights. So you then had, because of the split between the first world and the second world, they agreed to have 2 different treaties. The first one deals with what we call first generation rights, civil and political. And the second one deals with second generation human rights, economic, social, and cultural. And the newly independent African states were listening to this debate with bemusement. And for Africa, we said we accept both sets of rights, but we insisted that both declarations must include a right to self-determination. And that right to self-determination, brothers and sisters in this assembly, was actually incorporated word for word in both international covenants. Article 1 of ICCPR and Article 1 of ICESCR, they both talk about the right to self-determination, which is another way of talking about the right to sovereignty. And it mentions not just political sovereignty, but economic, social, and cultural sovereignty. So this first resolution in the communique actually aligns to a concern the African nations started expressing at the international arena from way back in 1966. In addition, when the nations of the world decided to come up with their own regional treaty instruments, the first one was the European Convention on Human Rights in 1953, the Inter-American one, then the African Charter. Only in Africa did we decide that in order to clearly identify the right to self-determination, our Charter on human rights will also include provisions on people's rights. We said it's not just the individual who has to be protected, but also peoples, including to fight against colonialism, neocolonialism, and other forms of cultural domination. So this appears in the African Charter. And this was the first key resolution of last year's communique. After that, the second is resolution number 3, to resist the sexual and reproductive health and rights agenda in international law. Resolution number 3, to resist abortion, comprehensive sexuality education, and LGBT ideology and lobby groups. Then resolution 5, to resist sexual and reproductive health and rights. Resolution 6 and 7, really I consider the fourth key resolution, which was to protect the family and natural marriage. As legislators and as the other people of Africa, to protect the family and natural marriage. The next resolution, again joint, number 9 and 10, emphasized the importance of protecting the child and also, very importantly, the rights of parents. Because in the international arena, there is kind of like a one-sided focus on protecting the rights of children and ignoring the relationship between the child and the parent. So the parents find themselves stripped of their rights and duties, which create the connection with their children. And this creates a topsy-turvy situation in international human rights sphere, in which we keep promoting children to do this, to change their sex, to have health care without the parents knowing, to have abortion, to have all kinds of things, to be educated by the state without any input by the parents, and so on. And so we insisted on this issue of the rights of the child and the rights of parents. And then there was also a key resolution, number 13, to reintroduce character-based education. That education is not just for the technical academic curriculum, but our African communities emphasized in initiation processes and other systems, character-based education. We also spoke about resolution 14, to refrain from signing or ratifying the post-Cotonou Treaty. Unfortunately, many countries that we come from have already signed the treaty. Some have not, but most of them have not ratified. So there's still room for engaging there. And then very relevant for parliamentarians, the resolution 20 to 29 jointly were asking parliamentarians to enact laws to protect the family in the different jurisdictions. And finally, resolution 41, which is the ninth one, the ninth key resolution, is to work towards development of an African protocol on family and family values, so that we have a continental-wide legal instrument recognizing the role of family. And in 1983, I think the Vatican initiated a charter on the family. And the idea is, can we borrow from them and other countries and regions that have recognized family rights and have something at the Africa level? After the communique was published, we also published the Entebbe Declaration on the Samoa Treaty, the now Samoa Treaty. And the key recommendations was, one, that the African countries to require the treaty to be restructured and or amended. So the first idea was, can we restructure this treaty? As it is currently designed, is not good for us. Number two was to decline to ratify the treaty. Now that the treaty is going forward like a train that cannot be stopped, can we conscientiously object by pulling out of the treaty? And the impact of pulling out of the ratification process would be, to the extent possible, to continue with the Cotonou framework if the treaty does not come into force by not getting the two-thirds threshold of ACP states to ratify the treaty. And we know that the EU is putting ACP states under a lot of pressure to ratify the treaty so that it can come into effect. The third recommendation was to request in each of our respective countries that the post-Cotonou Treaty be debated in the parliament of each country, so that the people of Africa can have a voice and can discuss about this matter. When the nations of the European Union negotiated the Maastricht Treaty in 1992 that created the European Union, it had to be approved in each of the member states. There were debates in the respective parliaments. That is how they went in the journey towards greater integration. And so the recommendation of the declaration of Entebbe of last year was that we should require the same thing of this Samoa Treaty. It should not pass while the citizens of our respective states are unaware of the implications and the effect of the treaty. And finally, it was also recommended that the African states should consider reservations and various other mechanisms to restrict the effect of the Cotonou, post-Cotonou Treaty. The last declaration was a declaration on pornography, and this one gave rise to 5 key resolutions. And again, it is Annex 2 in the same document that you have with you. The first one was to recognize pornography as a serious public health crisis. And so to apply the tools, the instruments that we apply in dealing with public health crisis to deal with pornography. The second was to make laws to prohibit comprehensive sexuality education, which tends to be explicit, bordering or getting into pornography, and also to attack dissemination of pornography that has been spreading virtually unchecked in our countries. The third resolution was to regulate and limit pornography on the internet, apps in our mobile phones, video, etc. And it is interesting how technology, when it comes to Africa, it comes with the values and standards of those Western countries where it was developed. If in the United States of America, because of their First Amendment of free speech, they don't believe in restricting pornography, then you find their technology comes with their values and penetrates into our spaces. And only when the pornography is very obscene, violent, or child pornography, do they take measures in the Western countries? Here in Africa, we hardly take measures, whether it is violent, whether it is child pornography, or even other forms of obscenity that are contrary to our laws. And I think we saw the approach to regulation that we can use when we have seen the experience with the app, these taxi hailing applications, mobile taxi hailing applications like Uber and Bolt. The various countries in Africa said, no, even though this technology has come from the West, we can regulate. We can, for example, insist that Uber must have an office in my country, that they must listen to complaints, that they must do ABC. We can pass laws. So the same approach can be taken in matters of pornography. The fourth resolution was to review the treaties and resolutions of various African Union engagements to ensure that matters of comprehensive sexuality education and pornography are not included there, and in fact are targeted for elimination. And finally, to raise awareness on the harm of pornography. This is the summary of what we did last year. And the question is, how far have we gone since last year? What is the progress we've been able to attain? So the second part of my presentation, I'm going to talk about the legislative framework that has been put in place and that can be put in place to concretize these elements of the communique and the Entebbe Declaration. And I thought of beginning by doing a very quick survey of the state of law in Africa at the moment on three issues. One, on the question of marriage and family. Number two, on the question of sexual and reproductive health and rights, that acronym or euphemism for abortion, CSE and LGBT. And thirdly, on the question of sovereignty, culture, values, and treaties. And the general situation is that there are explicit penal laws, criminal laws, criminalizing several of these things, criminalizing pornography or obscenity, criminalizing homosexual relations, criminalizing abortion in several African states, especially the states that come from the common law tradition. And the common law tradition is mainly the countries in Africa that were colonized by Britain or the United Kingdom. They follow a certain legal system called common law. And then the countries that follow the civil law system, the French-speaking countries, Portuguese-speaking countries, and so on, they follow what is called civil law system. And in the case of France, when they colonized and were leaving their colonies in Africa, the colonies were gaining independence, they of course contributed by proposing or enacting laws for the soon-to-be independent states of Africa. And they borrowed from the French Penal Code. And the French Penal Code had provision criminalizing public indecency. But it did not have provisions criminalizing homosexual activity. So you have a situation where there are several countries in Africa with explicit laws that criminalize what is called unnatural sexual activity, unnatural offenses, carnal offenses. And there are other countries in Africa without explicit laws, but where there are cultural prohibitions or rejection of homosexuality. So that generally in Africa, there is resistance to LGBT lobby and behavior and all these other things that come under the umbrella of SRHR. But In some countries it is express, in others it is not. And then there have been a few countries which over the last 10 years or 20 years or so have yielded to certain ideological pressure to change their legal systems. And of course the most dramatic is South Africa, which way back in 1996 when they passed the new constitution, their new constitution, after the end of apartheid, they included a provision outlawing discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. So they went even beyond where many Western countries had gone at that time in 1996. And there are other countries in Southern Africa like Botswana that have been put under a lot of pressure, Zimbabwe, to follow the South African approach. So that is the situation in Africa on these issues. Explicit penal laws in some countries, cultural prohibition in others. And I want to go to some case studies very quickly about what Africa has been doing to strengthen the law. Because as lawmakers, you are very aware that the law is an extremely powerful tool to guide behavior or conduct in society, to accomplish good for the country. And it doesn't mean that there is no impunity. Some laws are ignored. But the law plays a role, even when it is not fully enforced, that is called pedagogical or exhortatory. It exhorts the people. It teaches them that in this community of ours, such and such a thing is to be rejected. And so, when the law says something, there is a value to that. In the United States of America, last year, the Supreme Court made a decision and overturned a law that had existed for 49 years, that this law was basically a decision of a previous Supreme Court in the case of Roe versus Wade that said abortion is legal in all 9 months of pregnancy. And of course, the moment the Supreme Court made that decision in 1973, the rates of abortion in America shot up more than 10 times. It was like 1,000% increase, and they have studied the way the abortion rates shot up. When the Supreme Court passed the new decision in 2022, even though some people were saying it would have no effect, the truth is that the rates of abortion have started falling in several countries because now abortion was made an issue of state rights. So the law actually has an influence. It may be gradual, but it is impactful. So we want to see what is happening in a number of countries. I'm going to look at 5 countries, case studies, and then 3 French-speaking countries in Africa. The first is Malawi. In 2015, they passed the Marriage, Divorce, and Family Relations Act. So the approach of Malawi was, can we have a general family law? And most of our countries have a marriage law or a family law that provides the different ways you can get married, whether it is statutory or civil marriage, whether it is Christian or Islamic marriage, whether it is customary marriage. And they provide which marriage is polygamous, which one is monogamous, whether polygamy is completely prohibited or allowed for certain kinds of marriage. So when Malawi was changing, repealing and replacing their marriage laws, they made it express that marriage is between one man and one woman. And they criminalized prohibited unions, ceremonies that were purporting to be marriage between people who did not have capacity to marry. So that was one approach. That was an approach where within the marriage laws or the family laws that deal with many other things, including divorce, including matrimonial property, you put in place there provisions that secure the cultural values and the family values of the country. There was, of course, criticism when Malawi did this, but like in most countries in Africa, the values that we share are upheld by super majorities of, say, 95, 97%. Even though the Western nations are critical of what is happening, the law was able to stand the test of time. The second case study is Nigeria. In 2013, under a lot of pressure from the West, the Nigerians passed the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act. This was a very specific law with about 9 sections only, very specific, to deal with homosexual marriage. And in addition to homosexual marriage, it deals with associations, clubs or societies that are promoting homosexuality and any public manifestation of gay behavior. And the penalties under the Nigerian law is 14 years imprisonment for trying to do a marriage as same-sex marriage, and 10 years, a maximum of 10 years for all the other offenses of engaging in homosexual behavior. And despite the pressure that came from the West, Nigeria stood firm. The president signed the law into existence, and the West gave up on trying to overturn it. The third case study is the case study of the nation of Uganda, where we are right now. Last year, they passed the Anti-Homosexuality Act. And the Ugandan case went beyond Nigeria. Nigeria had only a small bill of 9 provisions. Uganda expanded their anti-homosexuality law. They decided to distinguish between the crime of homosexuality, you could say the standard crime of homosexuality, and the crime of aggravated homosexuality. And they said that normal homosexuality, I use the word normal, it is not found in their act. The punishment is a life penalty. And for aggravated homosexuality, which is basically sodomitic or rape, it's rape, but done same-sex, but it's violent or it is coerced, then the penalty is death. And aggravated homosexuality includes homosexuality with a child, with someone who's disabled or who is impaired mentally or physically, homosexuality that includes a parent or a repeated offender, and homosexuality that includes violence, that is gay rape. And they distinguish between homosexual act, which they say is a crime, and an alleged identity. The fact that somebody says you are gay, you've not committed an act, that is not criminal. So that appears in the Act of Uganda. And Uganda's act also prohibits extra crimes, child grooming, those who manage premises that are used for gay sex, actions purporting to be gay marriage, and also promotion of homosexuality, which is where the gay lobbies have been too much for most of Africa. They also deal with additional issues of sex offenders register, prohibition to work with children, duty to report, and the question of rehabilitation of gays. The Ugandan anti-homosexuality law was signed into law by President Museveni a few months after last year's Inter-Parliamentary summit. And it was, I would say, one of the fruits of this conference, that even on the Friday of the conference, we went and visited the president, and we appealed to him to go ahead and sign the law, and he did. What is unfortunate is that after signing the law, several international institutions, like the World Bank, made very adverse actions and statements about revoking funding. And I felt it was a pity that Africa as a whole did not come out to stand in solidarity with Uganda, to issue statements of support, to make the West realize that on these issues, you touch one of us, you are touching all of us. And so Uganda was left almost isolated. And I think it is a pity, and one of the reasons why we are here in this conference is so that this should not happen again. Even if it is getting the speakers of our various countries, our parliaments to issue statements of support when we need to lobby our heads of states when they meet together to issue statements, and not just statements, to go into action, to ensure that if the World Bank is going to deny funding to one of us on these political issues, which is even against the founding treaty of the World Bank, then all of us will take concerted action so that they know they cannot use such measures to target one country against another. There is currently a challenge in court against the anti-homosexuality law, and I think the Court of Appeal may have expressed concern about one or two provisions in the law, but most of the law has been upheld as we speak. The fourth case study is Ghana. In 2021, a member of parliament in Ghana published the Family Values Bill in Ghana. This bill was passed by the Ghana Parliament in 2024, a few months ago, I think in February this year, but the President of Ghana has not signed it into law. He is under a lot of pressure not to sign it into law from the usual suspects, and he has said that he will first wait for the Supreme Court of Ghana, which has taken up a challenge against the constitutionality of the bill. What I found interesting in the Ghanaian case is that there were 6 promoters to the bill. So individual members of parliament, many of them came together. They had a detailed and long memorandum of reasons. The typical bill has 2-3 paragraphs giving a justification. They have a number of pages. They refer to international treaties. They refer to other documents at the African level, including the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, to justify their Family Values Bill. In their bill, they include the duty to promote family values, which is yet another development that is showing how much we can get done legislatively. And they prohibit LGBT acts, they prohibit procuring, they prohibit the ones who manage premises used for LGBT, they prohibit public shows, propaganda, advocacy in support of LGBT, they prohibit clubs, and they also expressly prohibit adoption by same-sex related persons. The penalties in the Ghanaian case are mild. They are not like the ones of Uganda, for example. Their average or normal penalty in most of the bill is 3 years maximum penalty or a fine. And then in the case of the people managing premises used for gay sex, the penalty increases, minimum of 3 years, maximum of 6 years. So that is the example of Ghana. Then I also wanted to give a case study about Kenya. In 2023, one of the members of parliament who was here in the first Inter-Parliamentary conference, Honorable Peter Kaluma of Kenya, published an anti-homosexuality bill. He later changed the name to become the Family Protection Bill. This bill has been presented to the Speaker but has not been formally received and tabled in the House. And this is quite unfortunate. Now what is happening is that the people who are opposed to family values, when they hear a sniff of a bill, they even put pressure on our institutions, on the President, on the Speaker, to try and delay the pre-publication phase of the bill. The bill has kept being improved by Honorable Kaluma. It includes a section on objects. What are the reasons for the bill to promote family and family values and other very good objects and basic principles. It has a section dealing with protection of children in educational institutions, which is one of the places where they are quite vulnerable. It talks about rights of parents in education, prohibited sexual acts. It has a section on protection of victims, disqualification of offenders from being involved in matters involving children, like children homes or education facilities. And then it also includes express limitation of certain rights. So the experience in Kenya is that sometimes the statute is deemed unconstitutional because of not being aligned with the Constitution. And this happens because people take a very tortured interpretation of certain constitutional provisions. So taking that into account, there is a deliberate attempt in the bill to make reference to certain constitutional provisions, and where the constitutional provision allows for limitation, to expressly indicate the limitation and the reason for the limitation. The Kenyan case, the penalties that have been proposed are also quite tough. 14 years for normal, I use the word normal, homosexuality, 10 to 30 years for gay sex that is non-consensual, that is a form of rape. And then when it is more aggravated, it is against vulnerable persons, 25 to 30 years imprisonment. So those are some case studies of what is happening in the area of LGBT, because that is the area that has seen the most amount of legislative activity. I insist, family values is not just about LGBT. It's about protecting children, it's about avoiding comprehensive sexuality education, it's about empowering parents, and it's about strengthening families. So this is just case studies. I thought it's important I speak about a few French-speaking countries in Africa. In the case of Cameroon, because they are both English-speaking and French-speaking, they kind of like borrow from both legal systems. And their penal code was amended in 1972 to prohibit homosexuality. In 2023, through administrative action, it's not only laws. Administrative action can really help in strengthening family values. Their Communication Council or Commission published some guidelines prohibiting the broadcast of homosexual content. And within 2 or 3 months, they had already suspended a broadcaster who was broadcasting homosexual content. In the case of Ivory Coast and Gabon, there is no express law prohibiting homosexual behavior, but there are laws prohibiting public indecency and public manifestation, marriage, all those things are not allowed. And in the case of Gabon, they passed a law to prohibit homosexual behavior in June 2019. And 1 year later, they repealed that law. So it shows you that it is not necessary that when the laws pass, they remain in force. Having looked at those case studies, I want to come to the last part of my presentation by reflecting on some focus areas for legislation. As legislators, as you go back to your various parliaments, what are some of the focus areas from now, May 2024, going forward? One is to deal with these issues that we have been discussing at national, at regional, and at continental levels. In this hall, you have representatives from the East African Legislative Assembly. You have other regional bodies that are able to pass treaties or agreements or laws. And all of us can influence our various heads of state and ministers and ambassadors to the African Union, so that even at the African Union level, we can try to engage on legislative and administrative measures to protect the African family. Second is we need to recognize what are the areas, the substantive areas that we need to focus on. You have the area of human rights. We have to clarify the content of human rights. when we talk about cultural neocolonialism, it is other people imposing what I call anti-values on us. We have our strong values in Africa. So we need to resist those ones by ensuring we define clearly what is the content of human rights. Areas of family and family values, there is room for distinct statutes or distinct provisions strengthening the natural family, stabilizing it. And there are all manner of ways of helping families to thrive in the 21st century. There is an area of education and health. And in this area, there is again a lot of possibility of ensuring that family values are respected. And finally, there are possibilities to have laws on culture, promotion of positive cultural values. The third area of focus for legislation is treaties. And based on the previous year's communique and protocols and the discussions that have been going on today, there has been a proposal to have a protocol to the African Charter, or maybe a full treaty of the African Union on family and family values. There is also proposal to have a charter, not just a treaty, but also a charter, which is a declaratory statement about the African family and about family values. And there is also a proposal that at the international level, we need to work very hard towards the dismantling of the Samoa Treaty, or at least the amendment of the objectionable provisions of this treaty. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the broad areas at which yourselves as legislators can engage to promote sovereignty, African values and family values. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Charles Kanyama. I think you've done a human job, and I believe every member here is pleased with your presentation. We will move to contributions by delegations towards the draft outcome document. And per our program, each country will give us a brief, and the brief is not more than 5 minutes. I hope you all have the program. So you go by the program as the names of the country has been highlighted in our programs. So we will begin from Ghana. So delegation from Ghana will give us a brief with respect to the draft outcome document. It's not more than 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Madam Chair is not here, but let me stand on the existing protocol to say good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Kwasi Bejra. I'm one of the proponents of the Ghanaian Sexual Rights and Family Value Bill that was passed. In fact, two of us are here, and in addition to our colleagues. I'm also a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, that's the regional parliament, as well as the president of the Parliamentary Christian Fellowship. In fact, our contribution has just been elaborated by Charles. I was wondering whether Charles has seen our contribution. All the things we wanted to say, he has said it already. So I'm just going to sit down. But before I sit down, Mr. Chair, let me say that unexamined life is not worth living. I think the sages were right. And this meeting, or this conference, which is the second African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family Value and Sovereignty, is taking place to reflect in order to make meaningful proposal to the draft action, which could not have come at a better time than this. Colleagues, members of parliament, Africa all over the years will wait for others to take the lead, and then we follow. A typical example of the Samoa EU-ACP agreement, where the European Union decided as to what they want in the agreement without our input. The continent of Africa abounds in all the resources that you can think of. Most contributors have already alluded to that, to make us truly economically independent without any external support. The EU needs Africa more than we need them. Yet, Africans think without EU or other support, we cannot survive. Unfortunately, this is all because of leadership deficit on our continent that has exacerbated this problem. How could our heads of state sign an agreement that is not only flawed and against our very existence, but also undermines our family and cultural values, as well as our sovereignty? And so our contribution for this conference: one, the Ghanaian delegation is proposing that we recognize the need for African unity and the fact that whatever affects an African country affects all Africans. To this effect, this conference should solidarize with the Speaker and the people of Uganda and request for the lifting of sanctions imposed on them. For we all know why they are targeted and sanctioned, all because of the passage of the anti-LGBT law. And we demand that it should be now, which is fundamental to our African family and cultural values. Two, we request our heads of state and government through AU to adopt our communique. Three, request Pan-African Parliament, which is the august body for Africa, to adopt a resolution to recognize Africa's culture and family values and reject any negative clauses in any agreement, such as the current EU-ACP Samoa agreement. You also request all our regional parliaments, such as ECOWAS Parliament, East African Parliament, the North African Parliament, there's one like that, the Central African Parliament, to do the same as I have enumerated in number 3. And also lobby all the regional blocs, that's the Anglophones, the Francophone, the Lusophones blocs, to do the same. 5, we request our national parliaments to recognize African culture and family values and sovereignty, and similarly pass the anti-LGBT or anti-gay laws where necessary to send a clear signal that as a sovereign nations, we are not ready to compromise our family and culture values. To draft a framework that will guide all African national parliaments towards establishing a caucus on family and cultural values, as well as the protection of our sovereign states. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Ghana. It is now the turn of Zimbabwe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Speakers and Deputy Speakers of Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. let me from the onset register my sincere gratitude to address the august House, whose objective is primarily to preserve others. Climate change then exacerbates these existing challenges. Climate change-induced calamities are on the increase in both intensity and frequency, as witnessed by unparalleled extreme weather events such as floods, cyclones, and catastrophic droughts in our backyards. Accordingly, Zimbabwe's position on protecting sovereignty, African family, and cultural value is anchored on commitment to national identity, self-determination, and the promotion of African unity and the heritage. The following list, although not exhaustive, constitutes our contribution to the draft outcome document. Parliaments must ensure there are robust legal and policy frameworks that safeguard national sovereignty and promote cultural and family values. This is achievable by regulating and establishing mechanisms for the protection of national interests, among other things. To this end, Zimbabwe is finalizing a comprehensive climate change bill. This climate law will address, among other issues, mitigation and adaptation efforts, climate financing, measurement of greenhouse gas emissions, compliance, reporting, as well as carbon trading regulations. Furthermore, there must be effective application of oversight function on the executive to guarantee accountability at all times. Parliaments must therefore effectively scrutinize, debate, before approving for ratification. In the case of Zimbabwe, the Constitution in Section 327 provides for that. This is important to ensure these agreements and treaties are consistent with national sovereignty and do not compromise on critical national interests like family values and culture. Adding value and beneficiation to our numerous resources within our borders through industrialization is pivotal in empowering our communities. Besides reducing economic dependence on donations, which often come with stringent and unfavorable conditions attached, it curtails the exporting of jobs, thereby creating employment, particularly for our youth. Increased political will and commitment to regional integration on our continent through the African Continental Free Trade Area, Southern African Development Community, and COMESA, among other things. Promotion of education and awareness programs that emphasize the importance of cultural heritage, family values, and national sovereignty are pertinent. Zimbabwe's first lady, Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, is at the forefront of programs and activities aimed at preserving, promoting, and protecting African family values and culture. They include such initiatives as cooking and eating traditional foods and African fashion promotion that has resulted in the introduction of the national fabric worn at national gatherings. Also included are the nationwide family values campaigns and the preservation of traditional crafts such as wood carvings, basket weaving, and pottery. By utilizing our legislative oversight, advocacy, and engagement functions, we as parliamentarians can contribute to the development of policies and agreements that respect and protect our sovereignty, family and cultural values, which are important aspects of our national identity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Let him now come to Malawi.
Good afternoon, all delegates, Honorable Chairperson, and all protocols observed. I would like to say that this conference has been a productive and has offered an important platform for African countries here present to raise and discuss issues which affect our traditional values and culture as Africans. Malawi thanks our host, Uganda, and all who tirelessly worked to make this conference happen. The outcome document in this is very important since it will reflect on the discussions and the deliberations that have been happened at this conference. More importantly, this document will communicate the various concerns raised and the resolutions made at this conference. I wish, therefore, to submit that these documents should communicate 3 keys, that is from the people of Malawi. One, I would like to see this document that it should clearly and boldly communicate that African states here present are proud of our culture, heritage, and that it is therefore our wish and intention to preserve, to reinforce our culture, traditions, and family values. Secondly, the document should also communicate that our clear displeasure and the resistance to any attempt to impose practice and beliefs that are contrary to our African values through any measure, including international agreements. Malawi notes and appreciates the concerns that have been raised in this conference on the Samoa Agreement and strongly subscribe to the views that Africa should take a stand in order to maintain our traditional and cultural values, which will preserve the institutions of marriage and family for the sustenance of our society. Finally, Honorables, I would like to say that this document should communicate to that African states here present will use all legally available options to ensure that Africa's voice is heard in all matters that concerns us. We are therefore re-emphasizing the problems that says Africans' solution should be for Africans' problem. And nobody can give us solutions because we are our own Africa country. Thank you, Honorable Chair and all delegates.
Thank you very much, Malawi. Let's now turn our attention to Cameroon. So, honorable members representing the respective countries, we would like to hear your name. So mention your name before you begin with your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for recognizing me. My name is Awo Oliver Baminjo. I'm a member of Parliament in Cameroon. On behalf of our delegation, I wish to make a few remarks. And first, I want to say that the presenter talked about Cameroon when he was making his presentation. I want to say that the issue about the topic under review in Cameroon does not lie only with Parliament. It is a matter that engulfs all stake institutions. It went further when the ambassador of AGPC wrote to visit Cameroon. The Cameroon Minister of Interior wrote back to him in France that per our constitution, you are not allowed to step your feet in our land because you are not welcome by virtue of who you are. So it was not only a matter of the press, though the Communication Council was also, the Communication Council in Cameroon is monitoring the press. The Ministry of Interior is right there monitoring the territory of the Republic, such that no such things to pass in the country. And so recently we adopted a bill on online child protection to go, just as the presenter said, this matter is not only about LGBT, it is to protect the family. We adopted an online child protection law in our country last year before last. And so in line with this protection, in line with blocking all the little channels that this devil can pass into our country. And then coming out to talk about a few things that few points that we think that can be made. I want to take the example from the data protection, from the online digital space. You see, the African Union, they designed the African Union Data Policy Framework, a comprehensive document that engulfs the entire, that gives a vision about how the internet, about how the digital space should be utilized in Africa. So we think that if the African Union, by coming out with a common document that gives a vision on how the family and the culture, the African family and culture can be protected, is going to be also be, I think that it can really be welcome. And this can be done through debate. We are here in Uganda discussing this thing, but just as the first person who spoke here, I think from Ghana, if a deliberation can be made from the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa, is going to have a heavy weight, so that if that deliberation is made, then they submit to the African Union and say, this is the position of members of parliament from Africa. I think the African Union now will have a better point, a better stand to say this is the situation of Africa. Because what is happening now, the presenter said that Uganda was left on its own. And now, because there was no common instrument from Africa to give power to the other African countries. And so it is the same thing when Gaddafi was being attacked. The African Union were meeting in Malabo. No common statement was made. And so we think that if the Pan-African Parliament can make a common statement, and then the African Union come out with a common document, it's going to give us a push. Even we who are deliberating here today is going to give us a real push in order how we can move forward. I think with that we are thinking that the second thing we are thinking that the international financial architecture has a lot of conditionality attached to official development assistance. If it can be reformed so that this conditionality that attached to the official development assistance affect our cultural values, affect the African family. And so if they can reform it so that the African family can be free, so that we can really have the voice to determine who to do our things with, the kind of financial institution we can approach is going to really help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member from Cameroon. Let's invite Gambia. Gambia.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and of course my colleagues, parliamentarians. I am Honorable Abdoulaye Cisse, the Deputy Majority Leader from the Gambia. From the presentation, our position as for Gambia is one. I just wanted to align myself with the first speaker from Ghana. I think he has given us all the things that we actually wanted to say. I was talking to my colleague. But of course, Gambia first, as a parliament, will take this outcome document very, very, very seriously, because for us, we discuss among ourselves that we do not have such laws in the Gambia currently. But what do we do as parliamentarians to, sensitize our people? And that's what we've discussed together. We will go back and then work on that. But of course, also, I wanted to say this: the regional parliaments and all other national parliaments must take up this outcome document very seriously. Parliamentarians must be talking about the African values and our cultures. We must take it very seriously and be advocating for it anywhere we are, because it is for us to take and accept what we have first, then we are able to convince other people outside. So we take it very seriously. Like I said, I just wanted to be very brief, because for us in the Gambia, we do not have problems of these kind of things. It's purely a predominantly Muslim country, 95%. I mean, there is respect for our culture and tradition, and then all of us have embraced that. So when we come here, we learn from other countries, and of course go back and see how do we strengthen our laws to at least merge with other African countries around the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my brother from Gambia. We turn to Zambia. Zambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I am Imanga Omnyima Jr., Member of Parliament in Zambia. I would like first from the onset to state that as Zambia, we stand in solidarity with Uganda's position in passing legislation that promotes the family values and sovereignty. And in standing in solidarity, would like to state that even as a country, we do believe that family values that border on the promotion of good culture must be protected. And it is this that, in essence, we as a country have affirmed our position in protecting our children by constitutionalizing our position as a Christian nation from the Constitution, while acknowledging the practice of other religions. Further, part of our contribution from this meeting is that this ACP-EU agreement requires a special strategy to slow down in those areas that it has flaws, where it slows down family values, and that we should not limit the protection of family values and sovereignty to the ACP-EU agreement, but must be extended to other forms that come with, for example, vis-a-vis conditions tied to grants and aid that threaten the family values entrenched in the African culture. We also call for the implementation and setting up of forums in all parliaments in Africa to support this agenda of promoting family values and sovereignty. And in doing this, as Zambia, we would like to propose that each country represented here should take a leaf from Uganda and set up in their parliaments forums and networks that should solely promote family values. And to this effect, we would like this to be a continental agenda and would propose that Uganda should be the secretariat of this as they have taken the lead. We also call for the implementation of this agenda at all regional bodies and at continental level. This includes Pan-African Parliament, SADC, ECOWAS, so that we may be able to be on the same page. We also, from this, have a take-home of mainstreaming African values and sovereignty into legal and policy framework. And in so doing, we'll be able to move from this being a talk show to it being practical, because we need to really have this implemented in our legislation. And as a country that has a monolistic adoption of agreements and laws, our parliament commits to give oversight on the adoption of this ACP and EU agreement, and to ensure that whatever threatens the family values and African position in terms of our culture is addressed. I would like to end by saying that I'd like to thank all the countries that have participated in the first conference and second conference, and we would like to call for the adoption of the outcomes of this meeting by all countries, and that in bringing together the legislature, which is a main lawmaking organ of every country, we must find a way of putting the executives of each country together. And to this effect, part of the outcomes and contributions to this meeting is having a clear strategy with timelines on how we integrate the executive in implementing what we have come here to address, and which is therefore to safeguard our family values and culture and sovereignty. I thank you very much.
Let me also thank you, member from Zambia. We are in East Africa, so we turn to our colleagues from Tanzania. Tanzania. Are they not here? If they are not here, we will skip to Comoros. Comoros.
Merci, Monsieur le modérateur. Messieurs les présidents des assemblées ici présents, honorables députés, l'Union des Comores est un pays à 99% musulmans. Et non seulement ça, les Comores est un pays musulman que, comme c'est bien souligné, bien mentionné dans la préambule de notre Constitution. Sur ce, l'homosexualité est contre les valeurs familiales, culturelles et religieuses de notre pays. L'homosexualité est un fléau malheureusement qui se répand partout dans le monde. L'Afrique n'est pas épargnée et nous sommes conscients tous des lobbyings menés par certains pays pour que nos valeurs familiale et culturelle soit éradiquée par ce fléau qui n'a pas sa place dans notre continent. En tant que parlementaire, je propose que ce combat doit être mené massivement au niveau de nos gouvernements et au niveau des institutions panafricaines, à leur tête, bien sûr, l'Union africaine. Donc, je voulais, sur le document prochain, que nous insistions sur nos gouvernements, qu'ils soient bien impliqués, qu'ils s'impliquent de plus en plus sur ce combat, et effectivement l'Union africaine. Comme nous avons vécu hier ici sur l'accord ACPUE de Samoa, c'est toute l'Union européenne qui est derrière cet accord qui a des conséquences catastrophiques par rapport à nos valeurs familiales. Donc, l'Union africaine ne doit pas être en marge de ce combat, sinon nous risquerons de le perdre. Je demanderai plutôt que les documents que nous produisons ici, les rapports, et surtout le rapport final, le communiqué, que nous puissions l'avoir également en français, parce que, comme vous savez, il y a des pays anglophones ici présents, mais également des pays francophones. Donc je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. We move to South Sudan. South Sudan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Honorable Jimmy Quith from South Sudan. Our contribution toward the documents. In fact, in our laws is very clear in other article regarding this issue of homosexual and others issue with Istanbul. I would like to appreciate the presenter, which I wish it could be the first thing for the last year, first African conference, parliamentarian conference, to adopt the communique of last year before we proceed to second conference. I came late yesterday. If I knew that it was not adopted as a parliamentarian system, we could adopt the last year communique so that it should give the room to our new teams who have just arrived this second conference. Thank you for the last presentation on communique of last year. South Sudan need to be in front. Instead of putting all these things of culture and family value, we need to be in front for generational radical change. For mindset of those who impose their culture on us from 16th century up to this moment is the 20th century. We need to be in front as Africa to change that mindset that we are independent. To promote the value of our children and the family, it's very clear that the mindset of those who impose a negative or bad culture on us try to undermine if a country makes its own decision in regard to a direction they want to go or they want to move based on their constitution. And those, if you decide to make your own decision as a separatist country in your own constitution, they are against you and they say you are against them. So we need to remove that and eradicate, move with a big campaign in our grassroots levels so that people must be aware about their constitution. And I would like us, all of us, to support Uganda and clap for them for this decision. However, South Sudan is assuring or reaffirming action or commitment not to allow any treaties which are against our value, family, value, culture. We will not allow from now or from last year up to this moment. We have never allowed any treaties or the agreement which is against our cultural value, and we will not allow that. It's about dignity. If you love family, then you are not going to be called a man or woman. In our constitution, not constitution alone, even the Bible, one man, one woman. There are no more men and there are no more women. That would not be allowed in Africa if it is happened in different countries. To promote our culture and dignity of the family value, South Sudan to establish as one of the resolutions of 2023 in Entebbe, the subcommittee of parliamentarians to advocate and lobby for the family and culture value in South Sudan Parliament. In different constitutions, I'm not sure about other African constitutions, but in South Sudan constitution, there is no room for LGB. If you attempt to introduce such article or regulation, then you have no room in South Sudan. Conclusion, as a delegation from South Sudan, we shall call upon our Minister of Justice, Foreign Affairs, or any relevant institution and brief the Parliament on treaties or agreement that may tamper with the family value or undermine our family values and sovereignty of our country. We are Uganda people, dear Parliament, South Sudan, we are fully behind you guys. And we are recommitted many times because we are sharing a lot of border. And let us tie our belt together on this negative sanction. We shall stand with you all the time. Thank you very much.
South Sudan, thank you. Do you have Nigerians here? Nigeria? Yes. If our big brothers are not here, let's turn to Ethiopia. Ethiopia. It appears they are also not here. we move to Egypt. Egypt. Egypt appears also not in the room. Burundi. Burundi. Yes.
Monsieur très honorable Président des Assemblées nationales, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs, tout protocole observé, bon après-midi. Moi et toute la délégation burundaise, nous sommes pour un accord qui favorise tout le monde. Le Burundi, comme d'autres pays africains, n'a pas été épargné par la pandémie. Nous avons aussi reçu les vaccins comme d'autres pays. Mais notre pays a lancé une campagne de respecter des mesures barrières comme seul moyen efficace de lutter contre cette pandémie. Aujourd'hui, la population burundaise est appelée à continuer de respecter ces mesures barrières afin qu'elle puisse lutter contre d'autres maladies opportunistes. La déforestation liée à une démographie galopante constitue aussi une menace contre le bien-être familial. J'interpelle à tous les pays africains de mener aussi une campagne de lutter contre les changements climatiques, car beaucoup de familles africaines sont menacées par les eaux des rivières et des lacs qui montent d'une part et la sécheresse d'autre part. Les diverses maladies profitent de l'occasion pour attaquer nos familles respectives. Certaines familles victimes des catastrophes liées au changement climatique sont obligées de déménager vers d'autres sites aménagés. Il est alors nécessaire de veiller sur l'éducation des jeunes issus de ces familles, sinon on peut observer beaucoup d'abandons scolaires ou bien qui peuvent se livrer à la vagabondage sexuel. Le Burundi reste convaincu que la famille est fondée sur l'union entre l'homme et la femme et les enfants issus de cette union. Dieu nous a donné les yeux pour voir et les oreilles pour entendre. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Yes, I can see Somalia. So it's the turn of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable speakers, deputy speakers, members of parliament, other guests, good afternoon. Somalia is the first time we are participating in the African Inter-Parliamentary on this issue on family values and sovereignty. In our country, as a Muslim, we have no problem of LGTB, and there's no room in Somali society, such organizations, luckily. We have to put effort on our, starting from the household. There are the guiding principles that your family unit creates will depend on many factors, including culture, personality, race, and religion. Here are some examples of family values that can promote health households. To mention them: empathy. Within your family, you can practice kindness, by considering the emotions of other members and seeking to understand their points of view. You can help children develop sympathy by encouraging them to talk about their feelings, modeling sharing with others, and participating in volunteer activities. Shared activity, we share with the family the time with them. In common interests, prioritize spending time with immediate and extended family members whenever possible. Honesty, another important value that we consider. Telling the truth is not always easy, but it is essential to maintain trust between family members. You can teach children honesty by giving consequences of lies, modeling ethical behavior, and not punishing them for telling the truth. Love, deep affection, and attachment keep families together. Simple ways to demonstrate your love for your family include giving them small but thoughtful gifts, providing physical affection, and verbally expressing your feelings. Loyalty, another important value, family value. Families should support each other in difficult times and not intentionally harm each other. You can foster family loyalty by encouraging members to share their feelings, not shaming them for mistakes, and making caring for the family a priority. Perseverance. Your family will face many complex challenges over the years. You can develop resilience by creating shared goals, practicing self-care, and working together to overcome obstacles. Respect. This is another factor. Treat your family members and other people with care and politeness. You can help children learn respect by discouraging disrespectful behavior, setting boundaries, and teaching polite manner. These family values, can serve a helpful starting point for developing your common beliefs and morals. When we consider the relation between our continent, our countries with other partners, should be respected the following point. It has to be respected the basic fabric of each society based on its religious beliefs and culture. There must be a common strategy for protecting these values. There must be laws protecting the infiltration of all antisocial behavior. There must be social media control regulation. This is another factor that to be considered. Finally, we are committed as Somalia to support the outcome of this conference. We thank the Uganda government for warm welcome reserved for our mission or our country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
From Somalia, let's come to Botswana. Botswana.
Thank you, Director or Facilitator. Right Honorable Speakers here present, Deputy Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. From the presentations and the lectures that we received today, it's evident that the world is becoming more complex.
Honorable Member, you didn't hear your name?
Oh, my name is Honorable Hikwama from Botswana. Yes, I said from the presentations and lectures that we received this morning and the whole of today, it's evident that the world is becoming more complex and dangerous. I think that also poses a danger and threats to the human existence. But it calls for us as Africans to get united, to stand united against all these adversaries, for us to remain in existence. Otherwise, we will disappear under this complex phenomenon. I think as Africa, we should not fear to reject all the treaties which pose threats to our cultural values and unity. We should not fear sanctions because our prosperity as a continent and progress lies on our unity, lies on our natural resources, not foreign aids. We have to recognize African cultural values by promoting family values at all levels, from domestic to an international scale. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes the family as the basic unit of a society, which is responsible for socializing family members, passing on family and social values, and during the development of countries and nations across the globe. As such, we can't afford to lose our African cultural values and claim to be human. Let's unite as African and conquer the world, give it meaning and human direction. As people have already said, I think Africa is the only continent left to defend humanity and give it meaning. If we let these treaties and agreements take away our sovereignty and African cultural values, we are doomed. So let's stand up, let's unite as African, let's work together, let's not fear to be sanctioned. And we should know that when one country of Africa is attacked, we are all attacked, because there is an adage that says an injury to one is an injury to all. I think it's the concept that we should try to own as an African continent. Otherwise, we will defeat all the adversaries and powerful European countries. I think with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, let's stand as African as an African continent and stand for our beliefs and culture. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Botswana. Let's turn to Eswatini. Eswatini, are they here? Very well.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kelane Dlamini, a Senate member of the the Parliament of Eswatini. Thank you, Your Honorable Honorable Chairperson, for granting us the opportunity to contribute to this important draft outcome document. The Kingdom of Eswatini recognizes the need for diligence in international cooperation, as there is a concerning tendency to include review outcome documents among the list of binding agreements. This is considering the complex social, political global landscape wherein the developing world is being pressured to adopt harmful ideologies and principles which undermine state sovereignty. We have had fruitful discussions with the active participation and contributions from honorable members. Emphasis have been placed on the need to delay the ratification of the treaty, revisit the treaty, or reinstate the reservation clause and have unilateral statements and declarations and make amendments, among others. We reaffirm our commitment to advance the legal options that were presented. The importance of not committing a country by signing the treaty is paramount. The Kingdom of Eswatini further pledges to promote the African family and cultural values to address the challenges faced by the African countries. Africa has to take steps to accord the right to sovereignty, development, civil, economic, and political rights, explicit recognition in national policies and legal frameworks, including constitutions and national development plans as appropriate. Such steps will support African countries to buttress the process of either to review the treaty or release it. Africa is already facing a wide range of impacts related to the treaty. African family being eroded, cultural values being depleted, leading to degrading of Africa. There is growing dependency on funding for sustainability and development for African countries. As our Malawi member said, I quote, "Africa should be proud of her roots," unquote. Africa can be self-sustainable as it is endowed with resources. The use of technology will ensure broad consultation, information sharing, and that participation is held in ongoing implementation processes related to our African family and cultural values, and addresses the effects already caused, such as the use of technology, AI, less inclusion of women in decision-making, eroded Ubuntu values that define Africa and our future generation. There is need to actively support the adoption of unilateral statements and declarations and make amendments on legal options available by national assemblies. We recommend the appointment of the Africa champions for the reservation of our family and cultural values to form a representative committee to support the African states at all levels to address challenges raised related to the treaty, especially dealing with the issues of formulation of declarations and reservations. Lastly, to request the champions to submit an outcome document to the high-level summit and let the African voice be heard. We cannot stress enough that the intensity of the treaty will be greater impact on the upcoming Africa generation. The light has shone. I thank you.
The light is indeed on. Thank you, Madam. Let's now invite the contribution from Burkina Faso.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour l'occasion que vous nous donnez de nous exprimer autour des éléments d'échange qui ont eu lieu au cours de cette conférence. La délégation du Burkina Faso a suivi avec intérêt toutes les communications qui ont été faites au cours de ces 2 jours. Beaucoup de ces préoccupations évoquées nous concernent et nous interpellent à plus d'un titre, à savoir le retour à la culture africaine comme fondement de notre souveraineté. Le Burkina Faso est déjà dans la dynamique avec l'institutionnalisation de la journée des traditions et coutumes, la Semaine nationale de la culture placée sous la présidence du chef de l'État, le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, est en cours depuis le 27 avril et prendra fin le 5 mai courant. Cette activité tend à renforcer la promotion de la diversité culturelle et à rendre les populations plus résilientes face aux défis émergents. Des réformes dans le domaine de l'éducation sont en cours pour donner des repères aux générations futures. Pour ce qui est du traité de Samoa, le Burkina Faso a pris bonne note des recours dont il dispose, si besoin en était, pour garantir la protection des valeurs familiales et culturelles, thème de cette présente rencontre. Nous souhaitons rentrer en possession de toute la documentation en français portant sur le traité, ainsi que les éléments de langage pour le plaidoyer, afin d'apporter notre contribution à la défense des intérêts de l'Afrique. S'agissant de la question de la sécurité sanitaire, le Burkina Faso est favorable à la mise en place d'un centre de contrôle africain et pour l'introduction des vaccins et tout autre produit en Afrique. Aussi, nous appelons à plus de solidarité face à la question sécuritaire et du terrorisme. On ne dit pas, ne dit-on pas que seul on va vite, mais ensemble on va plus loin. Alors, unissons-nous pour mettre fin au colonialisme sous toutes ses formes. Comme le disait le capitaine Thomas Sankara, nous devons accepter de vivre africain. C'est la seule façon de vivre libre et dignement. Donc nous voulons, du haut de cette tribune, inviter à l'unité africaine réelle, pas une unité de façade, pour que ensemble nous nous tenons main dans la main face à toutes les éventualités possibles pour défendre les intérêts de l'Afrique. Vous savez très bien que la question du terrorisme est d'abord un problème occidental. Ceux qui disent, qui ont créé leur mot, c'est eux qui l'exécutent, et tout cela pour nous priver de notre liberté et de notre souveraineté. Donc, ensemble, luttons pour vaincre, et c'est ensemble que nous allons donc rendre notre Afrique réellement libre. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Let's finally listen to our brothers from Kenya. Kenya.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this session this afternoon. Standing on the protocols already announced in the interest of this great conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, delegates of this second Pan-African Conference on family and cultural values, the host country, the great Republic of Uganda, a nation we are proud as members of the black race, this continent of Africa, for standing out for the preservation of humanity by refusing any blackmail. We salute you. On behalf of the Republic of Kenya, your neighbor, we salute you for your stand. In the interest of the conference attention, allow me, Chair, to quote some of the thoughts shared by other writers. We don't have to reinvent the wheel when we are encouraging one another. But first, before I give our thoughts, I want to appreciate all the presenters that gave us a lot of insight into the goings-on in the international arena and conspiracies that yet again is planning to deprive Africa their sense of dignity as the members of the human race. Yet again, they want to tell us we are not on the table, by the table, and that we are supposed to be on the menu because of our minerals and natural resources. I want to thank you, the presenters, those who are here and those who have already left. But allow me to quote from an editor of one of the, what they call the Times of India, a lady by the name Vinita Daura Nangia. She said in one of her articles, allow me to read, quote, "Do we stop to think of the sacrifices made and what it meant to be treated as a second-class citizens in our own country? Or is that just relegated to our history books and then left behind along with our years as students? Do we make an attempt to carry that baton, or does it lie unattended somewhere in the compartments of our offices?" End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seated in this conference not as a ceremonial meeting. We are the sons and daughters of the freedom fighters that fought for independence for our African countries. In the interest of those who are watching us by online, I wish to repeat again, we are not seated here for some kind of cultural entertainment, entertaining the world with some words repeating about that brought independence to all the countries of Africa. Samuel Huntington is a professor who taught political science in America for almost half a century, has written a book containing political prophecy about days to come after the Cold World War. He has written a book called The Clash of Civilizations and the Making of the New World Order. In this book, he has said, the primary source of conflict in the post-Cold War era will not be ideology, and it will not be between countries and countries, but he says it will be between those who stand with the people's cultural and religious identity and those who are against it. End of quote. Somebody commented when he was writing. And therefore, where we are headed to, we cannot be limited by other people deciding how we should live and whether we can be in this world like other people. We fought for our independence. We will also fight for our values and dignity. Ladies and gentlemen and members of this great conference and delegates, on behalf of Kenyan delegation, we are seated here yet again, be present with you. We reaffirm the resolutions of Entebbe 1. We have no regret about it. We stand by it and every detail given, whether it refers to Cotonou Declaration, and we were aware about the one which was coming, known as Samoa. We stand by and reaffirm our stand on that declaration. Number two, our culture remains the basis of our identity. Because without identity, you got no destiny. You are just buretu if you have no color in terms of what is right and wrong. Then who are you? In Kiswahili, we say, we ni nyang'augani. What animal are you? Because elephants behave with a certain culture. Giraffes in our country behaves in a certain culture. Animals do it. You as a human being must have culture. And therefore, we stand by culture, that is our cultural values, and we believe in it mutating, but without losing the foundation of the same. The second thing, the third issue, the protection of family. It is central to our stand as the delegation from Kenya. Notwithstanding anything else, family is about a natural preservation of a race and a people. Other options are unsustainable. The ones being recommended and given some names that are suggesting they are just words that impress us. It has no scientific proof. It is not based on scientific discovery. It is just agitation from people who are really working on a certain idea that needs to be accepted by campaigning for it. It is a product of coercing. For them to survive, they must recruit, they must propagate, they must sustain it by their own effort. But a human family, which is natural, it takes only a man and a woman to enter into that room. And when they come out, there is a product. We have the next generation. These are the characters, they go inside there and they come out empty. And they look around for adoption. We will not be blackmailed. In all human societies, the family is a primary social unit. And as an institution, the family is older than that of religion or state. Children are born and nurtured in the family until such time as they grow into adults and found their own families. That is our stand. Fourth, we cannot allow, therefore, any treaty to put our countries into silos. We cannot accept to be balkanized. They may have succeeded in some few treaties ago, but from this conference, I think we are going home with a new impetus. We want to speak to our parliaments and our leadership in our own countries that Africa is one. The wave in West Africa in this century are the young men and women coming to a new renaissance, that Africa is one. Must be treated from Egypt to South Africa, from eastern coast to the western coast. Africa is our continent, and we are proud as black men and women that this is our continent. We cannot be balkanized, but we remain as one. So what happens in the east affects the west. What happens in the south affects the north, and we are our brothers' keepers, and we must stand with them. Friends, as we conclude this conference, I'm sure the writing is going on, is that we need an executor of our resolutions. We need an administration for any organization such as ours, which brings leaders together. we need a secretariat that carries out this resolution and be able to carry it out into all institutions that are expected to implement, including the AU, including all regional places, and including heads of governments. We visit them and make what they call a courtesy call and make sure that we sensitize everyone that is concerned. I hope this conference will adopt that we need to have a secretariat, and Brother Chair, you can guide us from Uganda's experience, and it is you who have hosted us. We don't want to come here and do the same thing all the time. We want to come here and read about the progress on how we have caucused on the resolutions that we have made. Also, I wish to declare that on behalf of Kenyan delegates, we join all of you who have spoken ahead of us, that we declare unwavering support to the Republic of Uganda, the President and its Parliament and its people on their decision and how they have stood on this subject matter of homosexuality. Africa might have been silent, but that is not true that they are against Uganda. We are with Uganda. And therefore, I hope it will be included in our discussion, communique tomorrow, that as we have said by all delegates, that we demand the unconditional lifting of all sanctions that has been levied on Uganda. And any embargo on any individual or ceasing of property of any individual while exercising a public duty in the Republic of Uganda in the business of saying he cannot visit the free world. Listen to the irony of our friends. In 1949, they wrote about NATO, which brings together 30 countries in terms of security and securing themselves. In what is declared as Washington Treaty, they declared, quote, that an attack against one ally, is an attack against all. This was at the core of that alliance and a promise of a collective defense, end of quote. In the spirit of this, it cannot be good for them and can be wrong for us. We as a continent of 53 countries, an attack on one is an attack on all of us. And we take this opportunity to implore and appeal to our heads of states and governments in Africa to come out and defend our own. Today it is Uganda, tomorrow it might be Kenya. The other day will be South Africa. Now that you are moving to move out of WHO, you are facing sanction in days to come. And then we will stand together. Allow me to conclude, Chair, by reading words that were written by Mahatma Gandhi in 1927 as he wrote to his grandson. He said, son, as you grow into the world, remember that there are 7 deadly sins in society. I know you might have read them, but let me remind you. Number 1, it is wealth without work. Africa, if you roam around the world looking for wealth without work, you're walking into deadly traps. Pleasure without conscience. That we accept definition of sexual experiences as given, very crazy. As if Africa is learning how and what sex is all about. Come on, my grandfather, Pundotij Arab Korat, in many years ago, knew how to marry a woman and knew how to have sex. That is why we have They sired my father. And my father, without, of course he was better because he went to the Second World War. But he was born of illiterate father and mother who never went to school, but they know how to do this thing. What is this? Are you talking about comprehensive sexuality health education? Who educated my grandfather? They know what to do. In fact, they were trying only to control from immature. You know, we are restraining. Otherwise, born as a son, they know where they want to go and they know where to look for it. Knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, religion without sacrifice, and finally, politics without principle. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Bishop. It appears it was designed to be the last contribution.
I was advised that I should say the name. Actually, I am Honorable Bishop Emeritus, meaning I have retired in the circles of Christian world. When you are emeritus means you retire and retain the title. You have been allowed to retain the title and respect of the name. So I didn't lose it. And then Dr. Jackson Koske, a member of parliament in the Kenyan parliament. Thank you for having me.
Very well, thank you so much. Honorable members, we have had our contributions. We are going to go to open discussion by participants. We were supposed to have, honorable members, will you lend me your ears? The contribution by delegation and technical persons towards the draft outcome document appears to be the same as what we've discussed, only that this one, we are looking at technical persons. So in the contribution, in the open discussions, if there are technical persons, whether you are a legal person or medical person, with regards to the two topics that we have been presented to us, you can come out with your own understanding so that we can include it in the draft document. So we are going to open discussions and we have 1 hour to do that. So anybody who is touched with the two presentations but probably didn't get opportunity by his country to make formal contributions may raise his hands and be called to contribute by way of the discussion that we are going to undertake. Thank you. Yes. Can someone give him the microphone?
My team, can you help with the microphones? Protocol Secretariat team, help with the microphones.
Please, you mention your name and the country you represent. Then you go on with your suggestion or your contribution.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Nsamba Oshabe. I'm a member of parliament in Uganda, but I also represent Uganda in the Pan-African Parliament. I want to thank the organizers of this conference, and I would like to take this opportunity to encourage the organizers to further take the debate at AU level so that it can find its way for discussion and resolution in the Pan-African Parliament. Any decisions taken at Pan-African Parliament probably might add a lot of value to the discussion and to the debate about the treaties and how our heads of governments must respond to them. Because many times those treaties are signed without an effort of sensitizing, without an effort of a debate anywhere in the country. So for me, just an encouragement. The Pan-African Parliament will be holding a session in June. So there is time to make arrangements to have this very discussion have space in that Parliament. Secondly, I would like to take opportunity to say that these debates are very paramount. But we are always in the process of saying, no, we don't want that, without streamlining what we want. Yes, those people who have brought the type of sex education that they want to bring to us. But even the education systems that we are using within our schools, they come from them. We've chosen as Africans to be consumers of everything they bring to us. Can we then, having started such debates, move forward and say, now, this is the kind of education we want our children, we want our people to use, to learn as Africans? Why do we talk about Africa when we do not have a single education system that is appropriate for Africans? We keep always waiting for European Union, we keep always waiting for the wise to tell us what to do and what to study. Are we serious about this? So my encouragement is that as we say we don't want this, we must produce what we want and push that agenda forward. Otherwise, when we just argue we don't want this, without clearly stating what we want, we will be left with no option. People will just adopt that. I want to speak secondly about the languages we use. Why on earth have we failed to adopt a language that is indigenous to Africa? We have Swahili. Swahili is born here. But how many countries speak Swahili? We keep using English, French, English in most countries in Africa. The question is, how many countries have put up a budget to promote Swahili? I keep laughing at my friends from Kenya. I say, Kenya, you bad colonizers. You would have put up a budget and Tanzania to promote this language to the rest of Africa. You have tutors to teach people how to speak the only African language that we have that is recognized at AU. It's not sponsored. And we keep speaking, we meet as Africans, but we use French and English, and we think there is an agenda that we are going to push forward. We cannot talk about culture when we do not have a language. So in my opinion, to protect our culture as well, we must be proud about our languages. So that even if there are 4 African languages, when we meet, we choose to listen from the 4 African languages, which I think it is possible, or 5. You can talk about Northern, Western, Southern, Eastern, And at least we know that the cultures we are speaking about Africa, at least we have a language. Then lastly, we must deal with the issue of poverty in our nations. We will continue saying that we don't want homosexuality. We will come to conferences and say this. When our young people just negotiated by just promising them to go to a European nation, just accept homosexuality, then we will give you citizenship here and there. How many of our young people now are dying to get visas, to go to somewhere they even don't know, but they've promised them that there is hope in that country. In this country of ours, there are so many young people who are dying to get out, to be slaves in the Arab world. It is so painful. And there is no way we are going to stop this until we put our act together. Every day we think as Africans to say, what are our young people? Because we have the youngest population. Our heads of state, what are they doing about it? What are we planning as parliamentarians? How do we have that discussion? How do you put these young people to productive activities? Once they are productive, then you are going to deal with it properly. But my brothers and sisters here, we are here as members of parliament, but in our schools, in every centers where the young people are, they are negotiated to tell them, join this, you will have a life. Be here, you will get citizenship here. Be here, we will give you asylum here. And slowly but slowly, the thing, what we don't want to be part of our culture is eating us up because of the way we've set up our economies.
Yes. Give it to the lady.
Honorable Chair, I have two issues. One of them is a question to the legal expert. The other issue is a comment on the unity. I am Nakut Faith, an MP from Uganda. The question to the legal expert. In your communication, it came out clear that there is a lot of power in the law. The question is, can we put the African traditional penalties for some of these offenses in the law? It appears currently the law is following a different path, while the tradition is following a different path, and the law seems to be stronger than tradition. That's why we are having this dilemma of how to deal with the issues that were properly handled by our ancestors in the past. We allowed the conventional courts to take the law to take center stage against our tradition. Do you see a possibility that we can empower or recognize cultural institutions and leaders within our countries and give them rights within the law to administer certain family values that we feel might be very difficult for conventional courts to handle? It's a question, because now in the process of bargaining what is good for the other and what is bad for the other, we end up abandoning even what we know is good for our people. My comment on the issue of the African unity. Every meeting I have attended, including the Africa Parliamentary Union Conference and several conferences in the continent, the question of African unity is discussed, and there is general consensus that Africa must unite. Unfortunately, the desire to unite has remained in our hearts and not in our actions. The question of access to different African countries remains an issue. The question of trade within the African continent is also an issue. For as long as they continue to be the main source of our market, our cash crops, then they will set the terms, unfortunately. It is my desire that this House considers practical actions that we will take to our parliaments to push the agenda of African unity. When we say African unity, let's unpack it. What do we want? How can we achieve it? Beyond just what is in our hearts, the love for African unity. That one is in our hearts. What more can we do practically? I am aware of the Africa Continental Free Trade area, the agreement, the Agenda 2063, all those things the head of states in our continent have agreed to. But the journey to 2063 is rolling pretty fast when some countries have not sold anything to the neighboring countries. Some countries have not even sent any citizen. They cannot access. Citizens from Ghana struggle to come here, just like citizens from Uganda struggle to go there. Citizens from Cote d'Ivoire cannot come here easily, similar to citizens from here. So there is a problem. I would wish, it's my considered desire, that this sitting of this conference tries to unpack, and we also take it to our different parliaments. What is it that we can practically do, even if it is one thing in a year, even if it is just one thing? What is it that we can do to see that the journey to the African unity is achieved? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get to South Sudan.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is the proposal for this last contribution by delegation and technical person toward the draft outcome documents. The same 5 minutes that has been allocated in the first paragraph. I think it's going to be a repetition since the presentation was not done based on PowerPoint and some documents. Why we don't ask each and every country to put in writing and then put it in technical know-how, so tomorrow will be submitted into the organizer committee as a part of the resolution. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Burkina Faso. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Alors, le fond du problème des pays africains, le canal par lequel l'Occident distille cette toxine en Afrique depuis bien longtemps, nous estimons que c'est notre besoin de financement de l'économie et de notre développement. Pour ce faire, donc, il est important que les pays africains réfléchissent à comment se départir du financement des pays de l'Union européenne, de la Banque mondiale et du FMI. Il nous faut progresser vers des modes de financement sud-sud, ou du moins réfléchir à des alternatives vis-à-vis de l'Occident. Ils prétendent que nous sommes pauvres. Pourtant, la richesse des nations réside dans leur capacité de production des biens et services et des ressources de leur sous-sol. Partant de là, nous pouvons dire que nous avons un potentiel énorme, mais malheureusement en Afrique, nous manquons très souvent de dirigeants visionnaires et courageux, capables d'impulser le développement et ainsi tirer derrière eux. Je propose ainsi, tout comme l'accord de Maputo, qui fixe à 10% la part de nos budgets nationaux consacrés au domaine de l'agriculture. Je propose donc qu'à l'issue de cette rencontre, que nous appelons les pays africains à fixer au moins à 3% la part de leur budget consacré au financement de la culture dans leur pays. Ça permettra de donner le contenu que nous voulons à notre culture.
et ça pourrait être une alternative à tout ce qui vient de l'Occident, notamment à travers les telenovelas qui envahissent notre chaîne de télé et qui éduquent nos enfants, ce qui est une très mauvaise chose. Je vous remercie.
Yes, honorable members, we will take 3 more. Our resource person, Mr. Charles Kanyama, have another assignment somewhere. So we take 3 more and we will respond to those ones and probably we will bring the discussion to a close. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Mshemeza Elijah Dickens. I'm a professor of political science and member of parliament from Uganda. I want to begin by appreciating delegations. They have made it a little bit easier for us, and you can see if our team does good job in terms of consolidation, we shall have good resolutions. I want to begin with the proposal of having a secretariat. I think this is a very good proposal, and if we can start small and have 1 or 2 full-time staff as a fulcrum to follow up actionable resolutions, that would be good for our work. We start small with some 2 full-time staff. Number 2, I would suggest in our resolutions, we recognize that we have allies and progressive forces in the Western world. And networking with such forces is value addition in our struggle, because they are really there. Those who think like us, yet they live in the Western world where some of these fun ideas are sponsored. We identify such allies and progressive forces and we network with them. Number 3, universities are historically known to take up progressive struggles. We could have in our resolutions how we shall link up with institutions such as universities, think tanks, and civil society organizations. This will help us in dissemination and networking. And finally, the style of publishing our resolutions. I would propose we take a thematic approach. We could have a theme on sovereignty, have a theme on protection of marriage and family, have a theme on treaties. Because when you look at our communique, you know, looking for the 42 items, but if we use a thematic approach, maybe you could have a communique separate, then have resolutions in terms of themes. It would be very easy even to, like when the presenter was referring to our communique, it would have been very easy to say, on this theme, this is the most important issue. On this theme, within 5 minutes, you'd be able to present the emerging issues according to the themes. Otherwise, thank you very much. The delegation did us wonderful.
Thank you very, very much, honorable member. Yes. Let's get to the lady, then we come to another lady, and that will be the last one.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Asime Florence Akiki, woman representative in the Parliament of Uganda, and also a member of Gender, Labor, and Social Development Committee of Parliament, where this subject matter falls. And therefore, I have the honor to highlight the importance of the cultural institutions. Most of African societies have various cultural institutions, and we are honored yesterday to have the Queen of Uganda, who was represented by her minister, Kotilda. So my point of emphasis is the cultural institution, because this topic falls very well in that mandate, in their mandate. So Africa having monarchies, having cultural institutions, there is need for our parliaments in Africa to give enough resources to these ministries where the African values and cultures are entrenched. Like in Uganda, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we should be able to see how much we can give to the cultural institutions to ensure that the African values are emphasized in different forums. For example, the radio, the Queen Mothers can still also do a lot of work. The kings can still do a lot of work. So we need to agree as Africa that have these institutions, find ways how we can use these institutions to entrench these values within the families. Because wherever we are, either we are at the wedding or these cultural functions, either it is introduction or these, they happen in our countries. We can use these for us to entrench some of these values to our children. And during vacations or like Christmas and whatever, we have clans. Actually, most of the Africans have clans. All these forums are good, where the children come and meet with their grandfathers and mothers. So, unity at different forums. Because we tend to have similar entities, we have similar institutions that we can use to ensure that our values are not eroded. The issue of poverty has been emphasized. Yes, our children indeed are being lured to do things that they wouldn't have done, especially in schools. If parents are able to give only $5, these other guys who do things the other way can give $50. So poverty might contribute, but also when a child has been brought in such a way that however little you receive from your parent, you should appreciate that idea to always come back to that child, to remember what the parent said, that don't go with the $50, you can still have your $5 and be able to succeed. So governments of Africa should come up with those programs to have that mindset change in our children, and at the same time come up with the programs that alleviate poverty. Like the Uganda government, we have a new program that is called Parish Development Model. We are trying to skill our youth, the hands-on, so that these children have something to do, so that they can bring money in their pockets. So African governments should also try to find programs we can copy. We can have some policies to help the household level, the household to address the issue of poverty, so that our children are not lured to some of these unbecoming behavior that are eroding our culture. So unity is number one. Let us benchmark. Let us try to learn from each other and address issues that tend to bring these unbecoming behavior that in the end erode our cultural values. I submit. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity given me.
Your hands.
My name is
Okay,
Cynthia
when
Morrison.
you finish, I will give you the last slot, please.
Cynthia Morrison from
Are you
Ghana.
Dr. Maria? Matimbi, okay. So I'll give you the last slot. Yes, let's hear you.
Cynthia Morrison from Ghana. Mr. Chair, since yesterday, almost everybody who has spoken talks about God. And I believe so much in God, and I believe He's the only one who can change our situation. In our national anthem, we hear God. In our pledges, we hear God. If as a team, we are representing the people in our various countries, we should take this into prayer. This thing started from the Bible, and God condemned them. God created Adam and Eve and asked them to multiply. We as Christians coming together should also consider bringing this before God. Let us pray for our children wherever they are, and let us pray for Africa. And I believe that God is bigger than Europe. God is bigger than America, and He can intervene for us because we can do all the resolutions. If God is not in, we will get nowhere. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Pastor. Yeah, let's get the last slot for Dr. Matimbi.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to come in, but whenever I'm motivated or provoked, I come in. I'm glad that I'm talking about this lady who was talking about prayers. Of course, yes, prayers are relevant, but I want to remind us that prayer without action, faith without action is dead. So we should not just talk and pray, but there must be action. Now, what provoked me to come in is this whole issue of your discussion about our cultural values, our values, our African values. And I'm a person who speaks the truth as it is. And as I sat here, I was saying, for me here at home here in Uganda, if I were to ask which cultural values that we still implement in this our continent, when greed was never our value, morality was at the center of our life. Now the moral degeneration that has taken place, I'm saying us here, I don't know about you, and the breakdown of ESCO values is the cause of all this corruption you are talking about. We are no longer the African people we used to be, where a sense of shame was very paramount. When I was growing up, I was brought up by two basic value principles by my parents. Never desire what we cannot afford for you. And they were very poor and peasant people. They couldn't afford uniform for me and school fees. But they told me, don't desire what we can't afford for you. If you desire it, other people who don't want good for you will bring it to you and it will destroy you. And the second was, never put yourself at a level you have not reached. So I grew up knowing that there are levels in society. I'm a peasant, I'm a child of a peasant. But that time, as I was growing, the higher levels were the chief, the sub-county chief, the headmasters, the teachers, the nurses. So I had to know that me, I'm a rural girl. My parents can afford this little thing, but they have given me school fees. And when I study, I can always get that for myself. And indeed, those values brought me up to the extent that for me, this greed for power, greed for materialism, greed for what is not part of my life. And I made sure that what was instilled in me, I instilled in my children. But how much of such values do we have? For me, what drives me in this thing which you are talking about, maybe we don't want to call them the real basic godly principles. I don't like the evils they are bringing to us, because they are evil, they are demonic, they are devilish. But in terms of cultural values, when I was growing up, widows were protected. If you marry a widow in your home and the husband dies, you never threw these widows out and grabbed their property. But what do you do these days in Africa? In Uganda, you ask me, I'm always fighting for these widows, for the orphans, for all these. Now, which values you African people, culture, when you say cultural values, which values are you talking about? I'm bringing this question to you because for me, I know in Uganda here, greed, no love for neighbors. Humanity seems to have gone. We need to recorrect ourselves perhaps and talk of human values, humanity values. But otherwise, you would never see a widow thrown out, elderly. Can you imagine? You see parents, children chasing away their grandmothers and grandfathers in this country, throwing them out of their homes. They actually desire us to die so that they may get our property which we have got. If outside Uganda, if you people are aware or are all right, then I praise God for you. But me, I'm speaking the truth. My colleagues, members of parliament know that. I never rest. Children are running to me, widows are running. The humanity is just gone. They are beating a woman and they are taking social video and nobody's protecting this woman from her husband. They are all laughing and contributing to that. Now, which cultural values are you talking about? Then go back and know your values. No wonder we are being invaded and dictated upon, because if we have values protected like those Indians, you go to those Indians. They really have their own values like this. But where are ours? You are talking of getting our children, bring the grandmothers and grandfathers and they talk to them. Do they even know the language to discuss with them? Our children speak English and the grandmother speaks Chinyankore and they can't communicate with one another. Have we sat down and taught our children, don't just talk without action? We go and revisit our values and become human beings, because we are all so gone. And this is not because of those people, by the way. Those people want to introduce the other terrible bad thing. That one we must oppose and refuse and object. But then we must revisit ourselves and see what are the values that brought up African people, the unity and the love of African people. When you see in Uganda, people like me, during the vote, imagine I'm a senior citizen. How have you left me? Give me also. What shall I take? All this nonsense happening. Is that value? That is Matembe for you. I must stop here. But then you must revisit and know what type of, when you are saying our cultural values, put them forward. Where are they? Go and pick them. But let's fight the other one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable members, I will give the floor to Mr. Charles Kanyama to just address some of the concerns that has been raised.
Thank you very much. I'll also be quite brief. Most of the comments were well received. There were not really many questions. There was a question that was asked about African cultural systems being utilized in helping to safeguard the family. So there are just two things I wanted to say. The first is to explain that historically what happened in most of Africa is captured in two legal concepts. The first was called reception, or the reception clause, which was a legal device that brought the laws from the European countries that had colonized Africa and made them applicable in Africa. And the second was called the repugnancy clause or principle, which was used to filter the African customs because some of them were considered to be repugnant to justice and morality. So the modern legal systems we have are primarily based on Western legal developments with an addition of some African cultural institutions and practices like in areas of personal law, but that have been really degraded of their impact and their effectiveness. What is happening now in contemporary situations is that we have started recovering some of the positive elements of our culture as things that can be used in our modern legal system. And this happened because we recognize that the modern legal system, the justice systems, are not adequate, even in resolving the disputes that they are meant to resolve. We developed something called Alternative Dispute Resolution, or ADR, and now we have extended it to what we are calling Traditional Dispute Resolution Mechanisms, or TDR, TDRM. And there is a new concept that is called Alternative Justice Systems, or AJS. And these are issues that are already being written about and studied about and developed, especially here in Africa. So we can speak more about them, but there are opportunities that are available for us to implement the positive elements of our cultural systems and institutions, while also ensuring we harmonize them with the modern developments in the law that we have accepted. For example, respect for human rights, for gender issues, all those positive things that we have accepted that are part of human dignity. So that is the first thing I wanted to say. And the second, in particular, to respond to the last comment, the cultural values of Africa require a project that is ongoing for us to articulate first the philosophy of our African cultural values, and then to set out the content of what these values are. When we talk of cultural values, family values, what are they? And of course we know it is something about who we are and our traditions, but it is also about values. And because I have taught a bit about African jurisprudence, I have studied some of the literature, and the African thinkers in the last 30 years or so are reflecting much more on this topic. And I have found it very useful to make the starting point for a discussion about our philosophy as Africans in terms of our legal system, to be this idea that has been coined using a word from one of the South African languages, which is Ubuntu. And Ubuntu is a philosophical mindset that one of the speakers mentioned. I am because we are, and we are because I am. So that connection between the individual and the community. The individual side is the side where we respect human dignity, we go beyond economic value, and the community side, there are issues of reconciliation, of collaboration, and so on. So there's really a lot that is possible for us to do in the area of cultural values. And even when talking about family values, we also have to ask ourselves the same questions. What are those valuable things that we are trying to safeguard when we talk of family as a natural and basic unit of society? Things like family stability. A family is good or strong because it is stable, that it lasts for a long time, that it is a useful institution for bringing up children, for companionship of the couple, and so on. So these values are important. Once we're able to articulate them, then we will see what are those trends, modern trends, that are undermining our family and our culture. And sometimes you'll find developments in those trends, some which are positive and some which are negative. And we need to be able to distinguish so that we can reject the negative, which are the ones I call anti-values. They are not really values. They undermine the actual values. And then you have the positive values that you're trying to safeguard. And I would like to finish by saying that we need an environment of sovereignty at the level of each country and at the level of the continent for us to articulate for ourselves and determine for ourselves. That's the idea of self-determination. What are our family values? What are our cultural values? And what are the mechanisms we will use to safeguard, protect, and promote them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Honorable members, at this juncture, we will bring the curtains down and adjourn proceedings to tomorrow. Mr. Moderator, is there any announcement that we can make before we finally adjourn the proceedings? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Right Honorable, for steering through this afternoon. It has been a tough session with so many questions, and a lot more are still coming up. Now, just an announcement for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we talked about the COVID tests. This we shall be able to communicate to you whether it will take place or not. We shall communicate through the heads of delegations. We shall communicate through the heads of delegation. And we are still also trying to confirm the meeting with His Excellency the President. Again, we shall be able to communicate through the heads of delegations to prepare. What's very important tomorrow is discussing the communique. And this will start at exactly 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, so that we are done by around midday. This is very important because the communique is the outcome of 3 days engagement, which has been tough with so many things that we need to take forward. So I encourage you to be here tomorrow by 9. We start our discussion with the communique. It's being assembled, and my team will be working up to around midnight to ensure that everything is done and done well, well polished, ready for you, Right Honorable Speakers, Deputy Speakers, Ministers, and Members of Parliament. I want to wish you the best of the evening. Back to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think we began with a prayer. If it wouldn't worry you, let's have someone to also end up with a prayer. So, anyone who's touched with the Spirit? Yes. Let me invite or call the Bishop Emeritus to give us a prayer and a benediction.
We want to thank you, Almighty God, for giving us an opportunity to interact with the facts and issues affecting our people, challenges that we've witnessed in our society. But we have not lost focus that you are the source of life to all humanity. Dismiss us with your blessings as we go to our various destinations to rest for the night, and bless us for this conference. May it bear fruits for generations today and generations to come. In your name's sake, amen.
Amen. Thank you, honorable members. And as the moderator said, we are adjourning the proceedings to tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock.